this Santa's live. So if you want to put maybe one of those cameras or something on, just at least have something visible. Sure. You've got a bit of white. Yeah. Can we...
I thought you had to
Yep. Yellow or green?
Yellow. Yeah, I think it's yellow.
Is this working? Alrighty. Thank you so much to all of our spectators that have joined us today. We are starting with our first fight in just a moment. Who here has been to one of these events before? I'm not seeing many hands, so I'll assume that means nearly everyone here, this is your first event, so you are in for a treat. So today we are fighting 150-gram combat robots. So these are what we call an Antweight. In this, we have two categories. We have destructive and non-destructive. So we are starting with destructive first. So in this fight, we have a horizontal spinner there in the blue, which is got a little, like a small circle saw blade there on a motor, and it's going up against OO, which is a wedge. So it's got two steel forks there. And its intention is not necessarily to do damage, despite the destructive is hopefully get them down the pits, which will open at 2 minutes. So TBA in the blue square and OO in the red square. When you guys are ready, let's take it away and get our first fight going. Both bots a little bit drunk out of the square by the looks of them. Had a bit too much to drink last night, but there we go. First contact. TBA the builder only flew back from America 2 days ago, and there's a bit of a rush build this one, but he's managed to get it into the arena. A little bit of gyro there. TBA grinding on OO's face there, through his eyes. He was a bit worried that his bot was going to self-destruct instantly. Doing so far. You can see the telescopic force of the weapon there on TBA as it flips itself up. Is always really bad at flipping itself up, especially when it drives forwards. It's really cool. Pin, so you can pin for 10 seconds in a fight before you much release. Whenever you pin, it does gain you points for the judges. So if we do not get a knockout in this fight by one robot going down the pit or unable to move, it will go to the judges. And when we judge it, we do judge based on damage control and aggression. Trying mic now. Hopefully this one's a bit better. So when we fight on damage control and aggression, control the match. Were you pinning the other robot throughout the fight? Were you dictating the pace of the fight? Damage is pretty obvious. What damage have you done to the other robot? So, TB going to be doing a little bit of damage to the front, even if it's not necessarily disabling the robot all that much. It is doing some damage, which will count towards the judges. One of is now open. We have 1 minute left in the fight, so both robots are now for a knockout. We have 30 seconds left in this fight. They are dangling over that pit. Ah, there we go. All right, so the winner is going to go to OO with the knockout and the other robot down the pit, even if it was somewhat self-driven. That is unfortunately how it does go sometimes. All right. Next fight now.
It's dropping in that one mad.
Builders, this is their second competition. They did fight last night, about a month and a half ago. They have a little bit of experience. And both of them have a plastic 3D printed weapon. So we may see some weapons explode. We'll see what happens.
Blue team, are you ready?
Yep.
Red team, are you ready?
Ready.
Fighting in 3, 2, 1, fight.
All right. Do we have a working microphone now? Seems like we do. People need to make sure they let me know if it's not working because I can't tell. Okay. Now we have a working microphone properly. Does that just drop out again? Take my hand off the antenna on the microphone. Okay, that's a good bit of feedback there. Okay, so Blue Guillotine versus the Exila. This is two new robots once again. So the Exila, same builders as the last, or same family as the Death Wish in that last fight. Once again, built in 2 weeks. Brand new builders, brand new driver. First ever competition fight here. So hopefully they get a good match. And Blue Guillotine is hopefully on his way to the arena. There we go. So Taylor, this is a new robot from Taylor, but it's his second competition. He did join us for his first competition last time. So we do have 2 new robots to see what's going to happen here. We have a vertical egg beater with Exila over there in the blue square, and Blue Guillotine in the red square is a vertical spinner. So it uses a cut-up metal ruler for its weapon. So if you are interested in starting in combat robots and you want to build a destructive robot, one of the easiest ways to make a weapon is to cut up a metal ruler, put a couple of holes in it, and hey presto, there you go. The Exila over there has a egg beater weapon. That's the style of weapon we call that, which looks like it's machined out of a chunk of aluminium, I'd guess. Yep. Few holes in there. Were you intending on putting some screws in there, or get rid of weight? So yes, getting these robots underweight is always a bit of a fun challenge. Well, teams look like they're ready, so I will let the arena boss take it away.
3, 2, 1, fight.
Well, a couple of good hits to start off the fight. The Exila seeming to come out on top so far, although his top plate is looking a little bit skewy already. Oi, really good punt right there. If it was in the other direction, I might have knocked it out of the arena. Hey, there we go. Exactly what I just said. Massive congratulations. Awesome, awesome work there to the Exila with amazing first fight. Really, really good definition of how to control a fight with aggression right there. Keeping right on top of Blue Guillotine the entire time and flipping him over that low wall. So this arena is designed in a way where we do have those walls on that side where we can get people over them to knock a fight out early if you are able. You may have also seen earlier with my own robot, Red Lightweaver there, with the horizontal spinner, that it also threw itself out over those walls but managed to bounce itself back in twice. So that can also happen. All right, so our next fight is Neo AF and Truth Watcher, which is actually myself. So let me grab that real quick.
No.
The Wedgie James.
Yes. The less scary one.
Oh, okay. So we've got 2 non-destructive, destructive.
Alrighty, so that was our last destructive match, even though there wasn't much destruction in it. So the destructive class does not necessarily mean you need to have a destructive weapon. It just means that you have a robot you're happy to put up against destructive weapons. So sometimes you do get a fight like that with no spinners. It is just the nature of the class. Congratulations to Neo AF for taking the win on that one. Well fought. So we are now moving on to the first round of our non-destructive robots. So non-destructive robots are same weight and everything, but the weapons are not intended to deal damage. So you got lifters, grabbers, wedges, hammers, etc., or even some foam spinners, which are intended more to toss the opponent rather than actually cut into them or break them. So first up in non-destructive, we have Big Scoop versus Senor Hector. So in addition to the non-destructive class having restrictions on what weapons you can use, we also have an arena hazard going in. So these are our foam rollers that go into the pit. So they will sit on that wall and they'll be spinning throughout the fight. So you can push your opponent into them to sort of toss them into the air, which will earn you points for control on the judges if it does go to a judge's decision. So you'll see that come in and out of the arena throughout the day, but for all our non-destructive fights, it will be in there. In addition, we have 2 pits on the arena. So far, you only saw 1 pit drop. The reason why we only have 1, destructive class, it's more about damage. In the non-destructive class, we have 2 pits. One opens at 1 minute and the other pit will open at 2 minutes. So as the fight goes on, there is more of a chance to get someone out of the arena since we can't win by damage. So there are a few changes to the arena, which we do have, which we will see in the next fight. So Big Scoop versus Senor Hector. If they are ready, yep, over there, perfect. All right, just doing a functions test on the arena. It looks like it is all working, which is awesome. So those teams are going to load in, and we're going to have our first non-destructive fight. So Big Scoop is a returning robot, although I believe it has had some changes from its last event. Senor Hector is a new robot for this competition. Is it a new robot altogether?
New robot, old robot, new driver.
Awesome. First ever fight?
First driver.
All right. Existing robot, brand new driver. So we'll see how it goes. It looks like it is just a wedge with no weapons. All right, so we have wedge on wedge action in this fight. Hopefully they are able to push each other into those rollers or down the pit and we get a bit of action through that. But this is very much a driving match. So we will see who takes it out, the win on this fight. When you are ready.
Blue team, are you ready? Red team, are you ready? Yep. 3, 2. Oh, hang on.
Just do a manual time, Dad. We can look at it later.
Old school. 3, 2.
They're still on the prototyping stage. He's my tech guy. Senor Hector getting underneath in the early at the start of the fight there. Big Scoop flipping itself over on the rollers and then trying to unflip itself only to get flipped and then uses the wall with a bit more success. Senor Hector definitely seems to have the better ground game, getting under Big Scoop more consistently so far in this fight. Big Scoop finally getting underneath Senor Hector and getting a nice pin. He can hold for 10 seconds to earn those points with the judges. He does pull off and release. Senor Hector getting punted up on those arena rollers and he's now upside down with one pit now open. Not the best position to be in. He can try and flip himself on the rollers again or maybe against a wall. Or he can even try and flip himself driving up Big Scoop's ramp. Oi! Hey! Still managed to land his upside down though. So nice flip, but didn't quite get the result he probably wanted out of it. Big scoop going for another pin, earn a few more points with the judges. And he does release. Oh, Senior Hector finally getting back on his wheels correctly. And he gets to the ground, again he gets underneath and pushes him out the pit. That's all it takes is one good push in the right direction. Big congratulations, Senior Hector there, and Dan for his first ever fight. So big congratulations there, walking away with a victory.
They're giving the I don't give a flip versus Catbot. They're giving it to I don't give a flip.
All right, cool. Cool. All right, our next fight is Inverse versus Rolling Thunder, which is myself once again. So I'll put the mic down and get that ready. We're not doing Catbot, I don't give a flip. So you're going to I don't give a flip. All right, while Inverse makes its way to the arena, I'll just quickly explain. So Rolling Thunder here is a foam spinner. So it is in the non-destructive class, and the intention of it is to rip into the opponent or rip chunks off or anything. It's more just to sort of flip and toss the opponent around the arena, much like the foam rollers that you can see on the side of the arena in that last fight. It's the same concept, only this time it's got wheels and actually drives around the arena. Inverse here won our last tournament. So it is the current reigning champion for the non-destructive class here in Canberra. So it is back to defend its crown. It went undefeated last time, I believe.
Yep. Good luck.
Good luck. All right.
Except in the Rumble where you beat it.
Red team, are you ready? Blue team.
Alrighty, our next fight is Pickabot and Smee as they make their way to the arena. Well done to Jordan there. He was doing a very good job of outdriving me in that fight. Unfortunately, I was able to get around the side of him a few times, and that's all it takes sometimes. But we were very, very close to the end of the fight there. I think we're about 10 seconds left. And if I was judging it, I probably would have been giving it to him because he was controlling the fight a lot more than me. So it was very close to a victory for him, but unfortunately the knockout did happen. All right, we have Smee versus Pickabot. Smee is a new robot for this competition. Pickabot is a returning robot with a very interesting drive mechanism there. Smee going for how wide can I make a robot? When you guys are ready, take it away. Pickabot using Smee as a ramp there just to drive up onto the foam rollers itself. Smee looking like it might be a little bit stuck there. Is it high centered upside down by the looks of it? It is able to move. Pickabot is technically pinning at the moment. It will need to release. There we go. Pickabot has now released. Smee upside down, looking like it's trying to get right side up, but still managing to pin anyway. All right, Smee now needs to release as well. It has pinned for 10 seconds. Pickabot going in for the pin now. Lots of pinning in this fight. That's fine. They're both trying to earn those points for the judges if it does go to it. Smee so wide, I'm not even sure if it would go down the pit. It would certainly have to go down the pit sideways if it was to go down the pit. And even then, the wheel might hit the door and may not fully go down. So we may find out whether it can actually go down the pit or not. There is technically no size limit on the robots as long as it fits inside the arena. It does not have to necessarily fit down the pit. If you want to build a robot big enough that it can't, then all the more power to you. But if you manage to make it within weight, congratulations. Both bots doing a bit of a tango there, just going for a bit of a dance. Arm in arm, twirling across the dance floor. Smee seeming like it has a little bit more traction than Pickabot. Seeming to outpush Pickabot just a little bit. Pickabot now looks like its wheel is turning, but it might be a little bit high centered on one side. All right, that's 10 seconds. Smee needs to release once again. Pickabot reversing the pin immediately. All right, that fight is going to go to the judges. Well done to both competitors. A good driving match there. Both robots trying to outdrive the other and get as many pins in as possible. What's the arena boss going to say for the judging on that one? All right, so there we go. So there's our judge's decision there. Congratulations to Smee. Controlling that fight, using its size to sort of smother the other opponent, out-pushing them a little bit more. And Pickabot did seem to have a few drive issues there as well, which may have also come into factor. Alrighty, our next non-destructive fight is obviously a doorstop versus Three Musketeers. So when you are building one of these robots, the weight limit is 150 grams. Just because the weight limit is 150 grams does not mean you need to use all 150 grams. If you want to only use 50 grams of it, you could. And if you're only using 50 grams, why not enter 3 robots at 50 grams? So Free Musketeers coming into the arena in just a moment is a multi-bot. It is 3 50-gram robots making up the 150-gram weight limit, driven by 3 different people. It's a bit of a fun robot. It's always good fun to see these guys scurrying around the arena. They have recently been rebuilt and are better than ever. They've got 4-wheel drive now, which is honestly quite impressive to get into a 50-gram robot. Obviously a doorstop driven by Roz coming down from Wollongong to join us today, along with Jordan, who had Inverse, who you saw in one of the earlier fights. Obviously a doorstop dressed up to look a bit like a duck. So, quack. Quackers. I expect this to be a quacking fight. Doorstop very, very quick off the square in this fight. It's got some pretty fast mode in it there. So in order for a knockout to occur with the Free Musketeers, 2 out of the 3 robots needs to be disabled. Often teams will just go and get all 3 anyway, but if 2 of the robots are disabled, that is more than 50% of the weight, which means it is a victory to the other team. But if the Free Musketeers is able to keep at least 2 robots running through to the end of the match, then they will still be in for a judge's decision. Doorstop getting a really nice punt off the arena rollers there. Free Musketeers does seem to be down 1 robot currently already. Don't know whether it's been switched off or something else has gone wrong there. Been turned off. So Free Musketeers here, they are 4-wheel drive, but 2 of the wheels are driven by a rubber band powering the front wheels from the rear wheels, or maybe the other way around. You can really use all sorts of household items when making robots. Pick-a-Bot in the previous match uses wristbands for its wheels. Yep. They're all playing the dangerous game, hanging in that corner as the pit opens. We do now have that pit open. Oh, we might have a victory. Hey! Wow. Massive congratulations to the 2 Musketeers there. So the 2 Musketeers managing to pull out a win while the third one's just having a chill in the corner there. So big congratulations to them there. That was a fantastic way to win that fight. And big shout out to Roz there for a valiant effort, despite being ganged up on. Alrighty. Up next, we have Jerry versus Low Standards. Low Standards being driven by our very own pit boss, so I will come in and take that role. And Jerry, with a Y, we have 2 robots named Jerry. Jerry with a Y, this is his first competition. So we have a brand new robot going up against Low Standards, which is the second competition. Both of them printed with a very similar color robot, a very similar color filament, I should say, sorry. But pretty easy to tell which one's which. All good? Oh, you got a slide one?
No, it's a door one.
When you see people sticking a screwdriver into their robot before fights, they're not putting the last screw into the robot, they're actually turning the robot on. So a lot of these robots, we use a little screw switch to turn the robot on. The advantage of a screw switch over a slide switch is it's a lot harder to accidentally turn off in a fight. So When you see people sticking a screwdriver in, it's not because they're running late. It's just that's how we turn the robots on. Alrighty. Are both teams ready? Ready. Alrighty. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so low standards here is just a very low wedge. It's designed to get under the robots ideally and have them sort of sit up on top of the ground with them. Jerry is a wedge with a flipper arm on it. It's intended to sort of flip the other people around. Low standards giving a good example of what it's intended to do right now. Get the other robot stuck on top. But he must release the other robot at some point, ideally by slamming against the wall or into the foam rollers. Just like that. There we go. Jerry now stuck on the foam rollers, but he can knock himself down by activating his flipper there. So low standards can't self-right if it is flipped upside down. So he is playing a bit of a risky game there. He needs to try and get a victory before that happens. Jerry holding a bit of a pin there, keeping low standards on top of himself in revenge for earlier. We have the first pit opening now. So one of our pits is now open. Low standards going for a pin, but does need to release. There we go. Jerry going for the spin and a spot strategy. Not always a bad idea. Unfortunately stuck on top of low standards again. Low standards once again doing what it's intended to do. Throwing Jerry into those foam rollers. But Jerry should be able to sort of knock himself down, hopefully. Keep waggling. There we go. Low standards going to give him a helping hand there, although he is pushing him closer to that pit. Alrighty, what's going to... there we go. All right. Well done to Jerry there. Congratulations on your getting through your first fight. Good driving there from low standards. Utilising its design there to get Jerry up on top and then pushing him onto those foam rollers. So, really, really great work there from both of our drivers. Alrighty, our next fight is... Brick versus Tribot. Oh no, sorry. I jumped too early. Fling versus Pink Scoop. So both these robots are returning from our last competition. Big Scoop, or Pink Scoop, sorry, not Big Scoop. There's too many robots with Scoop in the name. Pink Scoop, returning robot, but it does have some new wheels. So it's hoping that those really big, chunky monster truck sort of wheels are going to give it good traction. Fling, returning. It looks pretty much unchanged from last time. Josh? Fling's unchanged from last time? Yeah, it's got a fresh battery, and that's about it. So it's returning pretty much unchanged. So we'll see how this match goes. It is just two wedge bots once again. He's even sitting down, ready to relax. Fling driving straight for those arena rollers. Don't know if that's necessarily the smartest idea at the start of the fight, although he did convince Pink Scoop to throw himself into it, so maybe it was a good strategy. Pink Scoop standing up now. He's decided that maybe he should put a bit of effort into this fight and not just relax the entire time. All right, Pink Scoop getting a pin there. He can hold for a few more seconds before he does have to release. Pink Scoop pushing Fling into those arena rollers. Pink Scoop once again going for another pin. It does look like those new wheels on Pink Scoop there are giving him quite good traction. Those wheels are very heavy though, so it's a bit of a compromise. You can put a lot of weight into your wheels and get good traction, but you don't have much weight for the rest of your robot. Once again, pushing Fling into the arena rollers, definitely doing a good job there, scoring points for the judges. The pit is open, however. Oh, Pink Scoop almost just killing himself out of the arena there. There's nothing worse than driving down the pit of your own accord. It happens to the best of us. You haven't really done robot combat until you've done it at least once. All right, the other pit is now opening, so both pits are open. Will we see someone go down, intentionally or unintentionally? Or will this go the last minute to the judges? Oh! Fling getting a bit disorientated there and throwing himself down the pit by the looks of it. Big congratulations to Taylor there with Pink Scoop for taking the win. Those new tyres carrying him in that fight. All right, up next we have Push It and Other Jerry. Jerry with an IE as opposed to a Y. So Jerry being loaded in is a 360-degree lifter. So the lifter on it can flip all the way around the robot in a full 360-degree arc, which means it can do some pretty fun gymnastics, as you can see right there. Yep. Let's give it to you and we can... All right, both robots are now in the arena. Push It looking like it's possibly a little bit of drive trouble on one side. Not Push It. Oh, yeah, Push It. All right. Jerry looking like it's possibly having some signal issues or something else going wrong with it there. First pit is open. Push It stuck up on his side. Can he get himself down? If he can't get himself down, he can't move. Ah, there we go. Jerry being nice and knocking himself back down. Ah, fair enough. All right. Another good match there from our competitors. Up next, we have Brick and Tribot.
Rightio. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Lots of chicken versus veggie things. Ideally, it's not such a big deal with the non-destructives. With the destructive ones, it's 100% determinant in here. Just remove that screen at some point.
Alrighty, Brick and Tribot loaded into the arena. Tribot is a brand new robot from a brand new competitor on his first ever fight. Brick is a brand new robot, but a returning competitor from our last event. Brick just going for the, I wanted to make a brick and put some wheels on it. And Tribot going for the ground game with that tri-prong on the front. Definitely going to be able to get under Brick quite a lot because Brick doesn't really have any ground scraping attachments.
Are you ready? Red team, are you ready? 3, 2, 1.
Brick going for the pin there while he can, knowing that he can't win that ground game, so he's got to take every opportunity possible. Tribot doing a pretty good job so far of keeping on top of Brick, though, and getting him stuck up on his wedge. Brick just tumbling himself in circles against the wall. It's something that you can do on a pin that looks like you at least got some control, I guess. That first pit's probably going to be opening soon. First pit is open, or both robots dangerously close to the pit as it opened. Can Tribot push Brick down that pit? Whoop. Oh! Both robots going down the pit there. The pit boss, or the arena boss, is going to have to tell us who won. When both robots go down a pit at the same time, whichever robot touches the bottom first loses. All right, we are going to a video replay on this one. Yes, when two robots go down the pit at the same time, we do look at whichever robot touches the floor first, whichever robot is underneath, and they are the one that loses. We don't necessarily want competitors to deliberately drive others down the same time, so we do judge it that way when we have to. Well, while they're doing camera replay, our next team can load in. We have Stockbot versus Ninja Chicken. You guys are more than welcome to load yourself into the arena while we do review that previous fight. Ninja Chicken is our most dangerous robot we have in our competition today. I do ask that everyone make sure they stay back from the glass. Ninja Chicken will do insane amounts of damage emotionally. So Ninja Chicken is a shuffler style robot. It has a weight bonus as a result, which allows it to be a bit heavier because it doesn't use typical wheels for motion. Its weapon, despite emotional damage, is pecking at you. Very, very dangerous. And Stockbot is a sort of a kit modular robot that the other team uses for some library workshops, I believe it is. All right, do we have a decision on the previous fight? All right, Tribot takes the win on the previous fight. Congratulations, you get your first victory. What a good way to have your first fight, mate. Congratulations.
Blue team, are you ready? Red team, are you ready? 3, 2, 1.
That first pit's going to be opening any moment now. Stockbot looking like it was lined up for a moment there to get Chicken down the pit, but it has managed to get out of it. Ninja Chicken pecking away vigorously there at Stockbot. All right, that second pit's now opening. Will we see one down the pit, or will we go to the judges on this fight? Stockbot somewhat managing to get Chicken into the corner. Although Chicken trying to reverse it and push Stockbot into the corner instead. All right, that fight is going to go to the judges. Great work from both our competitors there. How are we going to judge this fight?
So if we were judging it on cool, it goes to Chicken. We don't judge on cool, we judge on
All right, Stockbot taking the win there for controlling the fight. Ninja Chicken, however, winning it in our hearts. Okay, we have our next fight coming up. This is our second last fight for the round of non-destructive. We have Green Meanie versus Anthony Flippin' Easy.
Blue team, are you ready? Red team, are you ready? Three, two, one.
Green Meanie effectively utilising the arena rollers there to self-right himself. Very quick robots here, these two. They are both very quick drive, zipping around the arena. Anthony Flippin' Easy doing a very good job of utilising his flipper to toss Green Meanie around, however, which is definitely going to go well for the judges if we do go there. That's 4, 5, 6 flips in a row. Another one. Oh, flipped himself that time. All right, our first pit is open. Green Meanie's seeming to spend about half the fight upside down as opposed to right side up. Anthony Flippin' Easy doing a very good job of controlling the fight, but Green Meanie finally getting a nice pin. Anthony Flippin' Easy, however, managing to flip himself or shake himself off that pin though. Green Meanie getting another pin. Green Meanie seeing if he can turn it around in the later half of the fight for the judges. Both pits are now open. Alright, we are getting close to the end of this fight. Will we see a pit or will it go to the judges? If it does go to the judges, it's not going to be looking good for Green Meanie. Despite getting a few pins, it is definitely on the back foot. Oh, Green Meanie has done the thing. He's stuck against the wall. We're going to do a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is a knockout. Oh. Well, that just happens, but that was after the countdown, unfortunately. So the win there goes to Anthony Flippin' Easy. Tough luck to Craig there. He almost managed to make himself back in. And we have our last fight for non-destructive coming up now for the first round of non-destructive. Cookie versus Pierre. All right. Cookie in the red square there is a prototype bot that's being worked on. It was intended to be entered in the destructive class, but they weren't able to quite get the weapon working. So they have put it into non-destructive without the weapon just to test it out. Pierre, a nice little hugger bot there. He's just going to give Cookie a nice good hug, give him some nice warm fuzzy feelings. Hopefully he just surrenders because he's too happy. Pierre sort of hugging Cookie there. He's kind of missing a bit, hugging over the top. It's the equivalent of, I guess, hugging Cookie's head. But doing a pretty good job out driving so far, although Cookie looking like it might be able to sort of turn that around. Cookie doing a good job there, pushing Pierre into those arena rollers. That will get him some points with the judges once again. The first pit is now open. Oh, can Cookie push Pierre into the pit from there? That's a good lineup. Unfortunately, no. Pierre managing to spin out of it. Both robots seeming to be about even in pushing power. One can't quite outpush the other. Cookie's dome-shaped design doing a pretty good job of stopping Pierre from actually being able to sort of hug him there. The arms just sort of end up slipping up and over. Pierre pushed up onto those arena rollers. Can he shake himself off? He can. The other pit's going to be opening soon. Both bots are close to it, though. Whoop. All right, both pits are now open. Once again, both robots seeming to have pretty even drive power. They're both not really able to outpush the other too easily. Alright, we're almost at the tail end of this fight. It's looking like this one will go to the judges. Pierre stuck on the arena rolls again. Oh, flipped up onto his back, but he is able to self-right. Almost went down the pit there. All right, that fight is going to the judges as well. We will see what the boss says on that one.
So that will go to Pierre for control. He was controlling the fight.
All right, so that one is going to go to Pierre. They have a little bit more control. He wasn't really able to grab Cookie, but he was utilizing those arms to sort of corral Cookie a little bit. So we're going to give control points there. So that one will go to Pierre. All right, we are going to have a quick 5-minute break before we jump back into the destructive class for our second round of qualifying. So give us about 5 or so minutes and then we will resume our fights. All right, we are going to get underway with our next round. We'll have a bit of a longer break after the next round of destructive and non-destructive, so we will get on with it. So if the destructive robots can start getting ready. First up for this round, we have Death Wish versus Top Chopper. If you guys can get ready to go. Oh, no, sorry. Down. Scroll up. My apologies. Marshmallow versus TBA. I didn't realize I would scroll down. Okay. Marshmallow versus TBA, and then after that is OO versus Tombstone. If you guys can also just get yourselves ready to go afterwards. Eventually I'll start looking at the correct rounds when I am doing this. All right, so we switch back to our destructive fights now. We have our first match of Marshmallow versus TBA. Both of these robots are new for this competition. They both... I don't remember, did TBA win its first fight or did it lose? It lost. So Marshmallow did take a win. TBA unfortunately did not. So we are going to see whether Marshmallow can keep a streak going or whether it will see our first win with TBA. When you're ready.
Blue team, are you ready? Ready. Red team, are you as ready as you can be?
They are indeed as ready as they can be.
3, 2, 1, fight.
Well, TBA lost one of the tyres off its wheel hub. Still able to move around the arena. Not necessarily controlled, but it is moving. That's all that matters. Whoop. Oh, there goes the other wheel for TBA. Unfortunately, moving around just on the vibration of your weapon does not count towards movement, so it is going to get counted down. All right, we're going to do a countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is a knockout. Big congratulations to Marshmallow taking a second victory there with a new robot that is doing quite nicely. TBA, unfortunately, losing both its wheels there pretty early, but hopefully they've got some spare wheels or they're at least able to glue those ones back together and we will see them in the arena for at least one more qualifying match. Next up, we have OO versus Tombstone. OO, a wedge with some nice solid metal forks on it. Tombstone, we saw lose its weapon in its previous match, but weapon stuck back on the robot. Hopefully it doesn't fly off again, or if it does, it'll at least be spectacular once again. It's got a go fast stripe on it now. Tombstone's weapon looking like it sits just a little bit above the height of OO, but it will be able to hit the wheels if it does get them lined up correctly. Tombstone discovering that it indeed drives better backwards, which is an interesting strategy when your weapon is on the front. OO Oro pushing Tombstone into the corner there, jamming his weapon up. He is going to get that pin, earn a few points for the judges. Oro is a wedge. He can't really deal damage, so he needs to do everything he can to either get the opponent down the pit or win that favourable judge's decision. Tombstone doing a good job of hitting the arena and not his opponent. Oro doing a very good job of controlling Tombstone there. Just keeping on top of him, pushing him around the arena, sort of controlling the fight. Oh, Tombstone getting a good hit on Oro finally there. Oh, and Oro's lost a wheel, possibly from that hit. That is now two. Oh, and the other wheel is gone. There we go. Tombstone taking out Oro there. It's hard to say whether Oro lost his own wheels or Tombstone contributed to that, but a win is a win. Big congratulations to Taylor there for taking out a win. Come back after losing his weapon in the previous match. And big shout out to Oro for jumping back in that arena against some rather nasty horizontal spinners. Up next, we have Top Chopper versus Death Wish.
Marshmallow and TBA.
Marshmallow.
Yes, that's right.
Death Wish lost a drive motor in its previous fight, but they have put a new one in, so it should hopefully be driving better. Top Chopper did lose its previous fight, but despite losing both wheels, I think all it really needed to do was pop some new wheels on and it was good to go again. Frame looking a bit beat up, but Undercutter only really sort of chopped the bottom of the frame off. Oh, it's got a new motor in it as well, so apparently the motor also needed a bit of a fix there. So both teams with some new motors in it. Horizontal versus a vertical spinner. This could be quite a spectacular match. Death Wish getting a really good punt on Top Chopper there at the start. Top Chopper now upside down, but flipped right side up again. And both robots still spinning. Although Top Chopper looking like it might be a bit off balance. Well, Top Chopper making it behind Death Wish and chopping the wheels off. Death Wish still moving though. Top Chopper completely taking a wheel off the back of Death Wish, but Death Wish is still in the fight. He can still continue. Oh! Top Chopper's motor has come off. It is still spinning, but only just. All right. Top Chopper is down a weapon and upside down. Death Wish is down a wheel, but is still moving and still has a weapon. Top Chopper looking like Top Chopper might be stuck and unable to move. No, Top Chopper moving again. Both robots still functioning, but only barely. All right, there's 1 minute left in this fight. The pit is now open. Top Chopper inching towards that pit. Not necessarily the direction you want to be inching towards. All right. Top Chopper, if I'm not seeing more movement, I am going to start counting you out, though. Or you can just drive yourself down the pit, and we'll call that anyway. All right. All right. Top Chopper, you're not moving. We got to count you down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Big congratulations to Death Wish there. That was a fantastic match from both our competitors there. Some serious damage on both sides. Top Chopper weapon flying off or coming loose. Death Wish losing a rear wheel there, but still able to keep spinning. And after that explosive match, we probably have another pretty explosive one coming up with another horizontal versus another egg beater. Sorry. All right, we've got a new fight underway. Blue Guillotine versus Midnight Sun. Two vertical spinners. Slightly different designs, but similar concept. Midnight Sun won our last competition, so it is the reigning champion currently. And Blue Guillotine has done the thing. So it looks like this fight will be going to Midnight Sun unless Blue Guillotine can get himself out of that. Can you spin your weapon up? Will that help you? Nope. Looks like Blue Guillotine is indeed stuck. All right, that is a win to Midnight Sun. Congratulations. Midnight Sun letting out a sigh of relief there. You can tell he definitely was feeling a bit anxious about that fight. And our last fight for the round of Destructive is Cathedral of Chaos versus Neo AF. So Cathedral of Chaos, a dual vertical spinner. Two different weapon motors, two different weapons onto one robot. Neo AF, a flipper robot. Wearing its defensive armor. Midnight Sun getting a good little bit of a punt there, but Neo AF doing a very good job so far of sort of outmaneuvering Cathedral. Neo AF doing a really, really good job of sort of controlling Cathedral there, pinning it in the corner, getting around the side so it's keeping away from the weapons as he drives into the weapons. I say that. Commentator's curse after all. Oh no, Neo AF looking like it might have been stuck upside down with its flipper arm open. All right, I'm going to give you a countdown from 10, see if you can get yourself going again. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.5, 1, 0. Alrighty. Big congratulations to Cathedral of Chaos there for taking the win. a bit of an unfortunate situation there for Neo AF after doing a really good job so far in the fight, getting stuck upside down and not quite having the geometry to close the arm, I guess, when it's in that position. Weaker servo. All right. Cathedral, as it pulls itself out of the arena, having a wheel fall off. That's an interesting strategy. Okay, that was our last destructive match of round 2, as we now move into non-destructive round 2. No worries. You guys enjoy? I'm glad you did. Hopefully we'll see you again in the future. All right, the first matches for non-destructive will be Big Scoop versus Senor Hector, followed by Catbot and I Don't Give a Flip. Oh, yeah, sorry. My apologies. Once again, I'm looking at the wrong spot. First up, we have I Don't Give a Flip versus Big Scoop, then Senor Hector versus Catbot. Big Scoop. Big Scoop. You guys need to stop naming things Scoop.
It's confusing.
Confusing. Although it's not as bad as Jerry and Jerry. Yeah. Foam rollers. What do you need? More motors?
Yeah, exactly the same thing.
Yeah, all good.
Well, not the same thing, but the same thing.
Yeah. I guessed after the fight that you probably would need another one.
Just shear the little pin off the back of the name.
Yeah, that'll happen, unfortunately. Just grab, that's another kit. Just grab the parts out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just grab it out of that. If you need another one, just come and grab it. I'll put this one here. If you need more, just go down there. And just see me at the end of the day and we'll sort out whatever it is. The motor, those are pretty cool. All right. I don't give a flip and big scoop. Congratulations on your fight there. Up next, we have Senor Hector and Catbot.
I mean, we no longer have Dragon Breath, so that's something. With the blue LED and
Turn it on. Chuck it in to the red square. Go. There you go.
Blue team, get ready. Red team, get ready. 3, 2, 1, fight.
Catbot driving itself down the pit there by the looks of it. Alrighty, our next match is Smee versus Inverse.
You did so much better than me or Isaac in our first match.
Smee looks like it may have lost movement there. I can still see the LED on, so it looks like it's got power, but it's not moving. All right, that is a count out for Smee. Well done to Inverse there. Hard to say whether Inverse caused that or whether it just happened anyway. Up next, we have Rolling Thunder versus Pickabot. All right, low standards versus I don't give a flip. Nope, not I don't give a flip. What's the name of the bot? Obviously a doorstop. Sorry, my apologies. I should actually look at the bracket. That might help. Low standards versus obviously a doorstop. Are we ready? Blue team, are you ready? Red team, we're ready. Alrighty. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, well, in today's fastest fight, we have 5 seconds. Maybe now he'll finally listen to me that I tell him he needs to put a self-rider on.
We'll just make it slightly thinner and make the wheel closer.
Nah, he wants
When I burst him with the chicken, I couldn't like do anything.
See that slot there?
One day.
Yeah, it's even got the weight for it now. We just didn't have time. Alrighty. So that was a very, very quick match. Up next, we have Three Musketeers versus Jerry. Three Musketeers making their way back into the arena. They've turned back on the one that turned itself off in the last fight, I hope. Jerry now with a new driver since this last fight. The father has passed it on to the son, or the apprentice, however you want to call it. The protege. I did see Jerry over in the hockey rink earlier getting some driving practice in, working out some strategies.
That's when you drive. Okay? Blue team, are you ready, and ready?
Why am I going for?
Three Musketeers already bickering amongst themselves.
3, 2, 1, fight.
It's always an interesting situation going up against multiple robots. Although Jerry managing to pin all 3 of them immediately in the corner. That is some pretty smooth strategy right there. Why pin one when you can pin all 3, but then all 3 of them pinning him in return. One of the 3 Musketeers there using Jerry as a ramp to do some sweet jumps. The pit's not quite open there yet, Jerry. You got another 30 or seconds or so before that'll open. Oh, never mind. It's open already. 2 of them are right there on the brink. Oh, there we go. All right. The Musketeers did indeed go down first, and there is 2 out of 3 out, so the win will go to Jerry there, despite one of the Musketeers still being in the arena. So big congratulations to Jerry there with the new driver. That's your first victory. Big congratulations on that one. All right, our next fight is Jerry and Fling. Other Jerry and Fling. I'm glad I didn't put Jerry and Jerry in the same group, so they don't have to fight each other, because that would make commentating a bit of a nightmare. That said, it probably should have done it, because it would have been quite funny. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Although, if a third person builds a bot named Jerry, they're not allowed to compete.
I'll just write it back.
The red and black bot is ramming the other red and black bot. Fling got a good lineup there, but doesn't seem to quite have the pushing power. All right, congratulations to Jerry, or other Jerry, there for taking the win against Fling, pushing him down the pit, although following him in soon afterwards. Up next, we have Pink Scoop and Push It. And we have Jerry and Jerry. Bot builders are the best at naming stuff. Although Scoop makes sense. How he ended up with two Jerrys is definitely a bit of a question. So we have a bit of a mirror match here. It's the same design that you can find online, but slightly different implementations, different wheels. All right, so the victory on that one going to Pink Scoop. Our next fight is Ninja Chicken versus Brick. Once again, our most dangerous, deadly robot making its way back into the arena against a brick.
This could be interesting.
Most dangerous and deadly robot against the second most dangerous and deadly robot.
Red team, are we ready?
Yeah.
Blue team, are we ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, look in there if you want.
That was good fun. Chicken's always fun to fight. Yes. Everybody on this.
Yes. Up next, we have Tribot versus Stockbot.
That's just a block. Yeah, that's a 2 ton. I played with mine.
Tribot doing a pretty good job of getting underneath Stockbot there. Tribot going for his second win. Will he have a winning streak on his first competition? Tribot accidentally hitting those arena rolls and flipping himself upside down. He can either run into him again and try and flip himself right side up, but he's got to be careful going near that pit that's open. All right, that second bit is opening up. Oh, bummer. Well done to Stockbot there, managing to finally get under Tribot and push him out that pit. All right, we have 2 more matches left in our non-destructive round before we go to our lunch break. Our next match is Pierre versus Green Meanie. Yes.
Did you fabricate them or
No, they're wiring grommets.
wiring?
All right, I didn't quite catch that. Who won that one? Which one? Pierre takes the win on that one. Both bolts going down the pit, but Pierre taking the win. We have our last fight of the round. Anthony Flippin' Easy versus Cookie. After this, we will be taking around about a half-hour lunch break so that everyone can get a chance to eat, rest, rebuild their robots, charge the batteries, or whatever else they wish to do. Hello. Oh yeah, hi. All right, our last match of the round before lunch, Cookie versus Anthony Flippin' Easy. Let's see if we can get some nice flips in. Anthony Flippin' Easy, very quick out of the gate. Very fast motors on that bot. And Cookie's been flipped upside down, and he can't self-right or drive, and that's a tap out. Almost as fast as Low Standards lost earlier in the round. Maybe they can both wallow in their misery. They're going to start their own club of bots that lose in 5 seconds from being stuck upside down. All right, guys, so we are now going to take a break. We will start back around about 1:30, a little bit after 1:30. There are sausages, muffins, etc. outside if you would like to get something to eat. Otherwise, there are other options around Fishwick. And we'll see you back in a bit. Fix that in the future, All right, we're going to get started again in about 5 minutes. So if the competitors can just start to plan for that. Look at the matchups. Have we switched over?
Yeah.
Yes, we have. So if you guys can just start looking at that and start getting ready, we'll start in about 5 minutes. Okay, we are going to get started again. We are starting with round 3 of our destructive qualifying matches. So, let me bring up the correct bracket on my phone. Up first, we have Tombstone versus TBA. So welcome to all of our new spectators that are joining us for our afternoon session today. You guys are joining us as we go into our last round of qualifying. So the way the tournament works is we do 3 rounds of qualifying for all of our robots, And then depending on how robots place in that qualifying, they then go into a single elimination tournament. So you guys who will come and join us this afternoon will be watching the final round of qualifying and then the tournament. So all the robots you're seeing so far, or almost all of them, have had 2 fights already today. Some of them have taken a little bit of damage. Some of them have come out relatively unscathed. Tombstone is the blue bot in the blue square. You can see it's got a bit of tape holding itself together. It's had a few rough fights early today. Tombstone has had 1 win and 1 loss and is going up against TBA, which has unfortunately not won a fight yet today. TBA is running itself upside down, however. It previously was fighting the other way around. TBA was built in the last 2 days after the builders flew back from a while overseas, so it was a bit of a rush build. Tombstone also a new build for this tournament, but he did have a few more weeks to build it. So let's see how we go. Take it away. Oh, Tombstone not doing his weapon bolt up well enough and the weapon flying off. That unfortunately happened in his first match and it's happened again. So Tombstone now reduced to essentially being a very weird shaped triangle wedge bot. TBA's weapon is still going. It in theory now has the upper hand with a weapon. Will TBA be able to capitalize on that advantage that has been given? Never mind, TBA has now lost a wheel. So TBA has a weapon but only 1 wheel. Tombstone has no weapon but still has 2 wheels. Tombstone using what it can of its back end to try and do a bit of wedging on TBA. That pit is probably going to open soon. It's probably not the best corner to be holding in at the moment. Tombstone keeping TBA in that corner, hoping that pit will open soon. TBA trying to get away, but Tombstone doing a good job of keeping him in that corner. We've got 10 seconds till that pit opens. It's looking like we can see what is going to happen. Tombstone is technically not pinning TBA. He is just keeping on top of him. Although Tombstone has suddenly found himself reversed in that position. Oop. Tombstone almost drove himself down the pit there. And again. Tombstone trying to use the front of his bot as a wedge. TBA going off the edge, unfortunately. Oh, no! Oh, what a really unfortunate way to go. Tombstone, unfortunately, driving himself down the pit despite TBA literally hovering over the edge already. Okay, unfortunate loss there for Tombstone. TBA gets his first win of the event. Up next, we have OO versus Marshmallow. Unfortunately not. OO is out. Oh, unfortunate. Alrighty. Well, then Marshmallow will automatically get a victory in that fight. OO took too much damage in a previous fight and is unable to return to the arena. That means we have, instead, Working Title versus Top Chopper. So the robots we're fighting today are 150 gram Antweight robots. There is no size limit on the robots. The main restriction is making sure you're within that weight limit. There are some ways you can get more weight if you have a shuffling mechanism, which we will see later in the event. when you are building these robots, there's so many different ways that you can design or make your robot. A lot of people 3D print their robots. It's the most common way of doing it. You can machine them out of other things as plastic. I've seen robots made out of tin cans. I've seen robots made out of wood. Basically, whatever ice cream tubs. Yep, we had that in our last competition. Whatever you can think of that you can make a robot out of, you are allowed to do so, as long as it's not dangerous, technically. Top Chopper is making himself over to the arena at the moment. So working title is in the red square there. It is a egg beater reverse wedge sort of on the back of it there. It has won both its fights so far today, so it is on a bit of a winning streak. And he's going up against Top Chopper, who has unfortunately lost both of his fights today. Looks like he might have a bit of tape holding his bot together there. So he is definitely looking a bit weakened, but we'll see whether Working Title is able to carry on its winning streak or if Top Chopper is going to get a win to send himself off for the day. Both robots coming out swinging so far. Looks like neither's really getting much of an advantage. There's definitely a few chunks of orange littered around the arena that I can see already. Looks like Top Chopper might be getting a few chunks potentially taken out of the front of work. But Top Chopper getting flipped over a bit there. His weapon is looking a little bit bent. It's hard to say whether that's from a previous fight or not. Working Title, getting a few good hits on Top Chopper now. Both robots looking a little bit unbalanced. Both of them sort of jumping around a bit. We can definitely see more bits of orange scattered around the arena. Most likely coming off the weapon of Working Title there. Top Chopper, however, definitely looking very unbalanced at this point. Working Title doing a good job of pushing Top Chopper into that corner despite the weapons going. Giving him a good pin. You can pin for 10 seconds. There we go. One wheel has come off Top Chopper. That is definitely not the situation you want to be in. He then hits his own wheel. All right. All right, that pit's about to open, and they are now close to that pit. Top Chopper now upside down. Can it move? All right, if I'm not going to see any movement, I'm going to count you down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. There we go. That is out the pit. That does count. Alrighty. Big congratulations there to Working Title for taking the win in that fight. We can see the weapon on the front of Working Title there looking very beat up, but a win is a win. Congratulations, Working Title, for winning all three of its qualifying fights. Unfortunately, a bit of tough luck for Top Chopper there. Unfortunately, not going to be making that into the finals with no wins. Up next, we have Lightweaver versus Deathwish. All right, we're just going to remove the various remains from the previous fight from the arena just to make sure that our competitors have a clean floor to fight against. So up now we have Death Wish, which is a brand new builder. This is their first event. They built this robot in the past 2 weeks. They have had 1 win and 1 loss so far. And we're going up against Lightweaver, which is myself, with my horizontal spinner, which is also on 1 win and 1 loss. All right, big shout out to Death Wish there, new builder. They've done a fantastic job so far today. They had a spectacular victory in their previous fight. Unfortunately, that one did not go quite so well in their favour. Lightweaver there, quite nasty. It is a quite a large titanium spinner on that bot. It's 0.8 mil thick titanium. It's very thin. It's very good at cutting into other things. And it has quite a lot of force behind it, and it came off better in those exchanges. And Death Wish there, choosing to tap out rather than taking more damage, potentially going for a bit of an easier fix. And while at 1 win, they probably won't make the tournament, they will still be able to do more matches if they are able to get their bot working again, and they want to do so. Up next, we have Midnight Sun versus the Exla. I think that's how you pronounce it. So, same builder as Death Wish, or same family as Death Wish, I should say, from the previous match. This is the other new robot they've just built in the past 2 weeks. This is once again their first event. Exla has only had 1 fight so far, which they did win in quite spectacular fashion. So, let's see if they can pull off another victory. Midnight Sun is our reigning champion in this class, however. They did win this competition last time with a clean sweep. They went undefeated. So they are trying... Yeah, they are trying to hold on to that. So we've got 2 undefeated bots going up against each other. This match should be quite explosive. When you guys are ready, take it away. All right. On the topic of short, sharp, and spectacular matches, that is short, sharp, and spectacular. Okay. Very, very, very nasty opening hit there from Midnight Sun. Once again, great work from the Exila there. You guys are doing a fantastic job for your first competition. We have one more match for our destructive qualifying round 3, which is Truth Watcher versus Cathedral of Chaos. Yes, yes, yes. Watch out behind you, sorry, Roz.
I know what I'm doing. forks are still fine. It's just
Oh, yeah. It's just the carbon fiber rod that holds them. All right. Big congratulations to Cathedral of Chaos there for taking the win. At the end of the day, the fight was decided on damage. The forks are getting ripped off. Truth Watcher there
That was the end of
being the deciding factor. That is the end of destructive. We will be now moving on to non-destructive. Pardon? Yeah, even if some break off, it's in. All right, up first in non-destructive, we have Catbot versus Big Scoop. So, in destructive matches with the arena, we have one pit that opens at 2 minutes. For the non-destructive class, we have two changes. First change, we have foam rollers in the pit, in the arena as an arena hazard. So you can see them being put into the pit right now. Those rollers will sit there just spinning at it's a moderate speed, where if a robot gets pushed or drives into it, they sort of get tossed up into the air. One of the things that you can do to try and score points with the judges, if it does go to a judge decision, is push your opponent into those foam rollers. If we can see you using them as part of your strategy, that is a good thing for you. The other thing is we will use both pits in the arena now. So at 1 minute into the fight, we will have the first pit drop. At 2 minutes into the fight, we will have the second pit drop. Because these robots aren't dealing damage to each other, we're much less likely to see a KO like we did, say, for example, with the Exila and Midnight Sun, with quite spectacular KO at the start there. We don't tend to see that in this class, so we have more opportunities for a knockout via the pit by having that extra pit open early. Up first, Big Scoop versus Catbot. All right. I was a bit distracted for a moment, but we have our next fight coming up. So we just had Senior Hector versus I Don't Give, and now we have Pickabot versus Inverse. Just for all the competitors, the bracket for the destructive finals are up. You can look at them now and see who you are fighting or if you have made the finals. Feel free to have a quick look at that. You'll just need to change to the finals. So I'll do that real quick.
Oh, that means
It's got to be an interesting match. That's going to be a very interesting match. All right, Pickabot versus Inverse is in the arena. Inverse is our reigning champion in the non-destructive class from our last event. So far, they are on 1 win and 1 loss, if I'm remembering correctly. I am indeed correct. Awesome. So Inverse really wants to win this fight in order to have a chance to get into the finals. Inverse with a bit of drive trouble on one side, but still managing to do a pretty decent job of keeping on top of Pickabot. Pickabot, a very interesting shaped design there. Really cool drive mechanism with the belts there wrapping around the entire robot, meaning no matter which side it is on, it still has drive no matter what orientation, unless it somehow gets stuck like end on end. But the ends are curved, which in theory means that shouldn't be able to happen. Inverse sitting a bit crooked on the ground there. Definitely looks like there's something a bit warped or bent with the frame. Ah, the wheel's fallen off. There we go. I can't quite see that from here. Oh, now I can see it. That's a bit more obvious. Well, having a wheel fall off is generally not what you want in one of these fights, but we still need to see what ends up happening. Pickabot, really cool design. Doesn't really have too much pushing power unless it gets just the right angle, unfortunately. All right, we have 1 minute left in this fight. Not 1 hour. That would be a very long fight. Don't think the batteries would last that long. We have 1 minute left in this fight. Both pits are now open. All right, we are almost at the end of this fight. Inverse getting another good little flip on Pickabot there. And another one, just trying to get those last few points for the judges as his wheel finally finishes falling off the bot. That only took about 2 minutes. Oh, and now he's managed to get the wheel stuck under him. He's managed to get himself off. All right, that fight is going to go to the judges. It's going to be a bit of an interesting one. We'll see what the arena boss says. It still counts. It still counts. All right, that win does go to Pickabot. When we judge damage in non-destructive, it is a bit weird. We don't judge damage dealt by an opponent against you, but if your own robot does fall apart, that will count against you on the damage score, essentially. It's just a bit of a weird quirk with the non-destructive class. Unfortunately, inverse there. Don't know what's necessarily gone wrong with the wheel. Bit loose, or maybe the motor's shifted back into the frame. That will, unfortunately, very likely end Inverse's run for the tournament. It won't be able to go for the double victory. The next fight, I believe, actually, is myself. I should just check. Rolling Thunder versus Smee.
There's also a really good echo here. Surprisingly good against me, I have to say. When you're upside down, that was really rough, but when you're right side up, that was actually surprisingly good. Well, I don't know whether you getting stuck in the arena roll is just delayed the inevitable, or whether that actually kind of helped it. Oops, sorry. I feel like I could have pushed out if I was like not stuck in there. But yeah, yeah. That's what I was saying. Like I don't necessarily. Yeah. Good.
All right, So in that previous fight there, we saw a rather unique bot with Rolling Thunder, which is a foam drum spinner. It's basically the same as the Arena Rollers, except it has wheels, versus Smee, a very wide, unique bot. Very interesting technical driving challenge. Smee got a bit caught up in the Arena Rollers at the end there, which kind of meant that Rolling Thunder was able to push down the pit. Now we have Not a Doorstop versus Jerry. Jerry, this is their first competition with a new young driver. They did win their fight earlier in the day. So let's see how they go this time. Don't forget to turn the Arena Rollers on. All right, Not a Doorstop getting one extra little flip in there at the end. Great work from both our competitors. All right, congratulations to our winner there. Up next, we have Three Musketeers versus Low Standards. So this is going to be a very, very interesting match. The robots, these Antweight robots, they're 150 grams. Just because the robot weight limit is 150 grams doesn't mean you need to go to the 150. You can go less, maybe say 50 grams. And then if you build a robot that's only 50 grams, maybe why not enter 3 robots that weigh 50 grams? So Three Musketeers is a multi-bot. So a multi-bot is basically you take your weight limit, you split it up into multiple smaller robots, and you enter it as one robot entrant. So Three Musketeers will be making the way to the arena. They are free 50-gram robots, and the core electronics for these robots are just some cheap little RC toys that you can buy from like Kmart or somewhere that they have pulled apart and turned into robots. Low standards going into the blue square there, driven by our very own arena boss. Very low wedge with a bit of non-slip matting on top. Its intention is to get other robots stuck on top of it so it can then sort of deliver them into the pit or the arena rollers. All right, whoever has the Fly Sky i6X with the yellow aerial, please return it to the arena. You have grabbed the wrong transmitter. Everyone, please check your transmitter. Make sure you have not grabbed the wrong one. If you have a yellow aerial. All right, we have found it. The downside of most people using the exact same transmitter is they're very easy to get confused. All right, are we both ready? All right, so the way a multi-bot works is if 2 out of the 3 are knocked out, then they get counted out. You need to knock out 50% of the weight of the team in order for it to be a victory. If low standards gets knocked out before 2 of the 3 are taken, then Free Musketeers will take the win. All right, both teams, are you ready?
Yep.
All right, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. Low standards, putting those arena rollers to use pretty much straight away, reversing into it, pushing the Free Musketeers into it. Free Musketeers seeming to hit each other more than their opponent. You guys are supposed to be a team. This isn't a 4-way fight, guys. It's supposed to be 3-on-1. You're supposed to be ganging up. Well, Low Standards has one of them pinned at least. Free Musketeers, one of them's managed to get a pin there. The other one's coming in to help. All right, that pit's opening in 3, 2, 1. Oh, that was the wrong pit. That's not the one that you're on. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Pause. I flicked the switch too far. That's my bad. See, this is why I do the commentary and not the arena controls. We will try and go back to roughly how that was, which I think was about that.
Probably reset to 2 minutes on the clock.
I'll restart that a little bit in. My apologies. This is why this is not my job normally. Okay. One pit. That one. All right. We're going to continue in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Continue pinning him in the corner for a few seconds. All right. You can pin for 5 more seconds, then you guys are going to have to release. All right. They are going to release now. One of them drove straight into the arena rollers. We are able to get out. They're getting there. All right. All right. We are now halfway into this fight. All robots are still functioning. The Free Musketeers flipping himself upside down. Managing to flip himself right side up again. Ooh, good punt on the arena roller there. All right, the other pit is opening for realsy this time. All right, both pits are now open. Oh, this is not looking good for Low Standards. No, he managed to get out of it. That was looking very good for the Free Musketeers for a moment there. They might have been able to get it. Oh. Wow. That is rough. Bit of an unfortunate loss there for Low Standards. Drove himself down the pit. It happens to the best of us. Everyone's done it at least once if you've done this for more than 1 or 2 events. Big congratulations to Free Musketeers. I believe that is their second victory of the day, which means they will go on to the finals. So massive effort from them there. Big, big congratulations. Alrighty. Up next, we have Push It versus Fling. So yes, Free Musketeers are sitting on 2 wins in their group, which means they will be moving on to the finals. So big congratulations to them. So Fling and Push It in this fight. Both these robots have not won a fight today, unfortunately. So both of them are... One of them is going to get their first victory. One of them is going to get their first win for the day. We just need to see who it is. All right, we got 1 minute left in this fight. Neither robot so far with much of an advantage. Push It seeming like it's having a lot of trouble turning. With both pits now open, it might be a good opportunity for Fling to possibly try and get him lined up to push him down the pit. Oop. Push It accidentally reversing onto those rollers there and flipping himself upside down. And tries to self-right, but still ends up upside down. Oh, dangerous game sitting next to the pits like that. We're last few seconds in this fight. But, there we go. Push It, unfortunately being flipped upside down and then driving down the pit. When you do get flipped upside down, your controls are back to front. Forward is now reverse. My guess is the time it took to get flipped there was not long enough to see that your controls are reversed. That does mean Fling gets his first win of the day. Unfortunately, it will not be likely making it into the finals, as it has unfortunately not won its other fights. Alrighty, up next we have Pink Scoop versus Jerry. Both these robots have won both their fights so far today. So one of them will be taking their first loss. Regardless, both these robots will be making it through into the finals. It'll just be seeing where they seed in the finals. Pink Scoop, which you can see just got loaded into the arena, is the same design as Push It from the previous fight. It's a design that you can download online. So if you are looking to get started in this yourself, there are plenty of designs online that you can download. Then you've got to get the electronics, which we do sell kits for. But Pink Scoop's the same design as you saw in the previous fight. A few changes. You've got different wheels. You might have slightly different electronics in there. And those wheels have pretty good traction. He's going up against Jerry, which has won both his fights today, as mentioned, as well. So we'll see who is going to get a winless streak in qualifying and who's going in the undercard. Getting dangerously close to that pit there. It's not where you want to be. Jerry doing a good job of making him sort of tumble himself out of those pins. Oh, looks like Pink Scoop had a good line up there for a second. Both pits are now open. We do have 1 minute left in this fight. Pink Scoop definitely with a bit more control in this fight. And there we go. Big congratulations to Pink Scoop going undefeated in qualifying there. He will be advancing on to the finals with a good seeding position there. Up next, we have Stockbot versus Brick. Stockbot currently undefeated going into this. Brick with 1 win. Brick doing some little tricks there against the wall. The advantage of a design like that is you can just self-right yourself by driving into the wall. Stockbot here is driven by one of the members of this family that's come down from Orange. They run little classes at their local library, I believe it is, where they do some outreach and some STEM stuff, and they use these robots here to teach kids essentially some basic design and how to build robots and stuff like that. They've come down today. They're fighting with other robots, but they've entered one of their stock designs here as well. Brick with quite good traction with the four-wheel drive there and pretty chunky wheels, able to sort of out-push Stockbot quite easily. Push him into that wall. Interestingly enough, the logo painted in the middle of the arena floor is a bit slipperier than the rest of the arena. So you actually get a bit less traction in the very middle of the arena there, which we did see right there. Once they sort of get off that paint, it's a bit more traction. You got a bit more pushing power. Stuff like this is stuff you want to keep in mind as a builder when you are fighting, is just different parts of the arena can be a little bit different to drive. Brick getting in lots of pins so far in this fight. Definitely trying to get those points up for if it does go to the judges. Stockbot doing its best to try and sort of get around the side of Brick and sort of out-push him, but not with much luck so far. So, I may have mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. When you are pinning your opponent, you can pin for 10 seconds before you must release. When you do release from a pin, you must give your opponent a reasonable opportunity to get out of that pin or wall or corner or whatever it is they were stuck in. You can pin them again afterwards, but you just need to give them a chance to get away from that pin. Every time you are pinning your opponent, you are earning points for the judges under control. Both pits are now open. We have 1 minute left in this fight. If Brick can get a nice lineup, he will be able to push Stockbot out, but he's got to be very careful not to accidentally drive himself out, which can happen. With both those pits open, all it does take is one wrong input or just a slight slip up and you will find yourself down that pit, either your opponent pushing you through or yourself driving down. We've got only a few seconds left in this fight. If we do not see someone go down the pit, it will go to the judges. Alright, that fight is going to go to the judges. I'm going to guess that it's a pretty obvious decision on that one, unfortunately. All right, that fight is going to go to Brick. They outdrove Stockbot quite there. They got quite good traction. They were able to get a lot of pins on that fight. Stockbot only managing to get 1 or 2 in return. Brick advancing with 2 wins there. Up next, we have our most deadly robot of the competition entering the arena. I do ask that all of our spectators stay back from the glass. This robot is incredibly dangerous. It will hurt you emotionally. Entering the arena, we have Ninja Chicken, and going up against Ninja Chicken is Tribot. So Ninja Chicken is driven by one of our veteran builders who's come down from Wollongong to fight here today. Ninja Chicken has been around for a number of years at this point. Tribot is a brand new Canberra builder that started with us a couple of weeks ago. This is his first competition. This is his 3rd ever fight. He's so far sitting on 1 win and 1 loss, which is not a bad way to go for your first ever competition. Hopefully he can make it out of this fight without too many emotional scars from being pecked to death. Yes, the one that looks like a chicken. So Ninja Chicken, it's not quite the most deadly bot in the competition, as I mentioned. It is, however, a shuffler robot. So Ninja Chicken has... Well, while they quickly get ready, Ninja Chicken has extra weight because it uses a shuffler mechanism instead of wheels, which allows it to have a 225 gram weight limit instead of 150. Ninja Chicken doing everything it can to peck his opponent to death. Tribot pushing Ninja Chicken into those rollers. Tribot accidentally flipping himself over on the rollers, but trying to flip himself back again with mixed success so far. There we go. He's made himself back over and pushed Ninja Chicken straight back into those rollers. All right, we're 1 minute into this fight. That first pit is going to open, which is the one on the blue square side. Tribot now has the opportunity to try and push Chicken down there, which he is able to do so. All right. Big congratulations to Tribot there for taking his second win. Ninja Chicken, unfortunately, doesn't take any wins this time in qualifying. Okay. We have 2 more matches of our non-destructive qualifying. Up first, we have Cookie versus Green Meanie. For our competitors, if everyone can just listen up for a second with our competitors, we'll be doing 2 freeway tiebreaker matches to decide final placements for the tournament. So we will be doing Smee versus Inverse versus Pickabot in a freeway fight. And we will be doing a freeway fight of Brick, Tribot, and Stockbot. So those 6 builders, if you guys can get your non-destructive robots ready to go, we will be doing an extra freeway match with you to decide the final placements for the tournament. All right, we have Cookie and Green Meanie in the arena. Cookie is intended to be a destructive robot, but they weren't able to get the weapon ready in time for today's event. So they have taken the weapon off entirely and entered it into the non-destructive category to test the frame out and see how it goes. Just a way to sort of test and prototype the bot while they can. Green Meanie, mixed success so far today, or... no, my apologies. Both these robots haven't won a single fight today. So, one of them is going to get their first victory of the day, and the other one is going to be crying because they didn't win anything. We've got about 45 seconds left in this fight. Both pits are down. Green Meanie going in with a good pin, trying to earn those points to the judges in the latter half of the fight. When we are judging, we do try to make sure we judge the entire fight, but quite often the last 60 seconds is the most freshest thing in your mind. So doing well in the last half of the fight generally is a bit of an advantage over the first half. All right. Big congratulations there to Green Meanie. You get a win. Unfortunately, will not be qualifying for the final tournament. However, with only one winning qualifying, but they at least get to go home happy. All right, we have our last standard match of qualifying before we go into tiebreakers, which is Anthony Flippin' Easy versus Pierre. So both of these robots have won all their qualifying fights so far today. So they've won both their prior matches. So both of them are going to advance into the tournament as it currently stands, but the winner of this match will advance with a higher seed. Anthony Flippin' Easy getting a good, quick, early flip on Pierre, tossing him around the arena. Quite a good, fast flipper on Anthony there. Trying to see if he can toss Pierre over that wall, but he doesn't quite able to get the height there needed. I reckon with the right toss, he would be able to do it. Pierre currently spending a lot of time on his back, but he is able to self-right. That mechanism there, that little green sort of bow tie thing on the top, is able to self-right Pierre when he is upside down. Well, Pierre giving Anthony a good hug there. Oh, Pierre got a really good hug there on Anthony. Managed to grab him. That's exactly what you want now the pit's open. Is he able to drive over there? Alrighty. Anthony did indeed hit the bottom first, so the win will go to Pierre for that one. When two robots go down the pit at the same time, we do judge whichever robot hits the floor first. In this case, that was Anthony. He was underneath Pierre there with the way they went over. So big congratulations to Pierre. You went undefeated in qualifying. Alrighty. So that is the end of our normal rounds of qualifying for non-destructive, but we will be doing 2 tiebreaker matches as soon as the teams are ready before we go on to a short break. So, up first, once teams are ready, we will have Smee, Inverse, and Pickabot. If you guys, when you make your way to the arena. All right. We're going to do the other freeway fight first, if they can be ready first. Whichever order people are ready in. So, if Brick, Tribot, and Stockbot are ready, if you could make your way to the arena, we will do you first. Elijah with Smee there, just needing to swap some batteries out so that he can get his robot ready. So the reason why we're doing this extra fight is essentially the groups are split into, the robots are split into groups of 4. Based on their performance in those groups of 4, 2 of them will proceed to the finals. These groups have had some freeway ties for points. So we're basically just doing a freeway fight with those robots that are all on equal points to work out who will advance. All right. So with this match, whoever is the first to be knocked out will not be advancing. So we only need one person to be knocked out to see the winner of this fight. So the first person to be knocked out will be the loser, and the other two will be advancing into the finals. The other freeway match will be going to a single. But this one, we are just going to the first person to get knocked out. After that, we will just stop the fight there. All right, when we are ready, once the pit boss has shown up again. All right, he's vanished. All right, I will take over. Okay, starting in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, that first pit's going to be opening in 10 seconds. Three, two, one. All right, first pit is now open. How long will it take till we see someone get knocked out? We do not want to do a freeway judge. So if I don't see someone get knocked out, I'm going to be an unhappy person. We're now halfway through this fight. We've got 1.5 minutes remaining. Right, both pits are now open. We got 1 minute left in this fight. I want to see someone go down a pit. Tribot looking like he had a good setup there for a moment, but unfortunately he ended up in the screws instead. Oh, that's looking good. Alrighty, there we go. All right, that's it, guys. So, Tribot and Brick will be advancing into the tournament. Unfortunately, Stockbot did not make it. All right, so now we will be doing Smee, Inverse, and Pickabot in a freeway fight.
Oh yeah.
All right, so this freeway fight, we are going to a single winner. So all these robots are on one win, and the winner of this will advance to the tournament. All right, so Inverse was our previous champion. Unfortunately, with 2 losses, it looked like they weren't going to be making the tournament, but turns out with the way their group went, they do get 1 extra chance to still make the tournament. Inverse hasn't lost a wheel this time, which is always a good start. Commentator's curse. I'm not wishing it happens again. Alright, that first pit is about to open as both robots team up to push me onto the screws, or the rollers. Oh, Smee almost looked like he might have tossed himself out of the arena on the rollers there. Oop, 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 up, up. Alrighty. That's looking like Smee might be out. Yep, there we go. Alright. We are down to 2, but we do need a single winner, so we do still have more of this fight to go. It's either going to be Inverse or Pick-a-Bot. The other pit will be opening soon-ish. Oh no, Inverse has stopped moving. Alright, I'm going to have to count down. Oh no. Alright, the other pit is opening. Oh no, that's not where you want to be. Ah! Alright. Inverse's dream of a double tournament win is still alive. He will make the tournament, but he is going in at a low seed. Alrighty. So that is our last qualifying match. We will be moving on to the tournament brackets. However, we will be doing about a 10-minute break before we do start back with our tournament. Don't worry about marking those. I'll do them. Alright, so 10 minutes to take a bit of a break, and then we'll be starting back with our fights. For all our spectators, we do have sausage sizzle, muffins, drink, etc. outside. Otherwise, we have robot parts that you can touch and feel, or plenty of robots on display. You're also more than welcome to go down into the pits and have a look and chat with some of the builders, look at how their robots are working. We do just ask if you do have kids that you do supervise them while you are in the pits.
Yes, there is.
All right, just for our competitors, the bracket for the non-destructive tournament is now up. We can bring that up on your display over there, and you can see how you are seated. There are some people that automatically seed into the quarterfinals, and there are some that will be fighting matches before that. All right, so there's your matchups. We will start back with non-destructive, by the way. We'll be starting back with the non-destructive round 1 before we go into destructive. All right, we will get started again with our first round of non-destructive tournament. So if teams can have a look at that bracket, if you're competing in that first round, start to get ready. All right, so first up will be Inverse versus Doorstop. And then after that, we will have Brick versus Anthony Flippin' Easy. So for all of our spectators or people watching along at home, the way our tournament structure works is we run round robin qualifying where robots are split into groups where they each fight each other. Based on that, we look at their scores and then place them into a final. The final is then single elimination where if you lose, you are out. The winner at the end will make it to first place. So for the non-destructive, we have 12 robots that made it into the tournament. 4 of those robots automatically seeded into the quarterfinals. The other 8 are doing play-in matches to join the first 4 in the quarterfinals. So we'll be doing those matches first up. So when teams are ready, we will see Inverse versus Doorstop.
Sounds terrifying. As I put my arm in the arena. Sounds like a soul trap.
It'll be fine.
No, I don't like it.
All right, so Inverse, our reigning champion from last time, has now got to do an uphill battle, having to do 4 fights to make it to first place. Will he be able to go for a double event win, or will he get knocked out at some point along the way?
Arena operator, are you ready?
We're 1 minute into this fight. First pit is dropping. Now is the opportunity for one of them to try and go for that win. Oh, that could happen. All right. Inverse goes on to the quarterfinals. Its dream of a back-to-back championship win is still alive. Up next, we have Brick versus Anthony Flippin' Easy.
You should have named yours Angus Taylor.
Anthony Flippin' Easy took out 3rd place at our last tournament. So they are back with a vengeance. They want to try and score higher. They want to try and make that final this time. Brick, brand new robot, first time. 1 minute left in this fight. Both pits are now open. Anthony flipping easy, getting a lot of good flips in, but Brick definitely got some good wheels and drive motors there. Wow, Brick almost had a good opportunity there to reverse Anthony flipping easy into the pit, but didn't quite make it. Wow, is it reverse or is it not? It's hard to tell. Which way is forward on that bot? That is indeed the question. Needs to put a giant arrow this way, forwards, this way back. Or maybe the strategy is to confuse the opponent by not having them know. All right, that fight is going to go to the judges.
I think it's pretty easy. Somebody got flipped over about 400
All right, the win there going to Anthony flipping easy. Valiant effort from Brick there. All right, up next we have Big Scoop versus Jerry. That's Jerry with an IE, not a Y. We have two robots named Jerry today. Hang on, it's Big Scoop and Jerry. My apologies. Is that what we got? Yes. Too many robots named Scoop. That is technically a pin. Give a few more seconds, then you must release. All right, let's see a release there on that pin. All right, we're 1 minute into this fight. That first pit is going to open. Oh, Jerry managing to grab onto Scoop there. Unusual way to use your little flipper there, but hey, it works. If it's stupid, but it works, it works. Oh, another grab there on the wheel. Once again, not necessarily what's intended to do, but hey, if it works. Oh, can he do it without going down himself? Yes, he can. All right. Nice use of the weapon there from Jerry. What a good way to sort of utilize it to manipulate the opponent. All right, up next we have our last fight for the play-in matches for the tournament. Pierre versus Tribot. In real time, you don't notice it, but like when you watch on slow mo, it's just.
But was it designed to do that?
There's a little bit of flex in there to absorb the impacts. Yeah. all wouldn't mind doing it more, but all right, Tribot versus Pierre. Pierre trying to give Tribot some nice hugs. Tribot, this is his first competition, so he's going to see how far he can get into the tournament. Tribot definitely having the geometry advantage here if he can keep his front face onto Pierre. However, if he gets side on, unfortunately Pierre can get a good grab. That pit isn't quite open yet though. Pierre's just got to do that again in about 20 or so seconds when the pit opens. Oop, another good grab there. Tribot managing to get out of it. Alright, 1 minute into this fight, that pit is going to open. Pierre's going to want to try and get another good grab and push Tribot into the pit. Otherwise, Tribot is going to want to try and stay away from it. Tribot upside down from hitting the rollers, however. He's going to see if he can self-right somehow. Whoop. Unfortunately, upside down for Tribot is actually really bad for him because it makes it even easier for Pierre to grab him. Oh, there you go, Tribot using those rollers. Oh, oh. Looked like he might have had it for a moment, but he still ended up upside down. Oop. Pierre hitting the rollers this time. Tribot having a bit of a rough time trying to self-right. Every time it looks like he's right side up, he's upside down again. Both robots just chilling on the rollers. Both robots just having a bit of fun. Tribot might be stuck, however. If we don't see movement, it will be a countdown in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is a rough way to go, but unfortunately the win there goes to Pierre. Fantastic showing from Tribot for his first ever competition and first robot. So big shout outs there. So we now have our final 8 robots for the non-destructive tournament. However, before we go to that, we will be doing the first round of quarterfinals for the destructive class. So if you missed the carnage of earlier in the session, we're about to get some more of it. First up in destructive, we have Marshmallow versus Neo AF. All right, so Marshmallow is a new robot for this event. It's undefeated today, am I correct?
That is correct.
You did have a bye, though.
Still a win.
They're still undefeated. So he has won 2 fights so far today. Out of his 2 fights, he's won both. Not spinning our weapon up while the pit doors are open. So, new robot, undefeated so far. Will it be able to continue the streak? Versus Neo AF. Am I correct in remembering that Neo came third in our last tournament? Yes, it did. So, they came third last time. They are hoping to do better this time. That said, third place is no small accomplishment. Let's not dismiss that.
Red team, are you ready?
They're just vibrating themselves into position there.
Blue team, are you ready?
Ready.
3, 2, 1, start.
Good hit there from Marshmallow, knocking Neo across the arena. Seeing a few bits of blue fly off Neo there. Oh, a few bigger bits flying off there. Marshmallow a little bit wobbly there for a second, but he's recovered. Can see a little bit of damage there on the front of Neo, but that flipper is still working. Oh, you can hear Marshmallow's turn his weapon up a little bit more. He's getting more serious. No more Mr. Nice Guy. All right, that first... Oh, no, this is non-destructive. This is destructive. The pit won't open until 2 minutes. My apologies. Marshmallow attacking the arena wall. Almost throwing himself out of the arena there. That is one thing you do need to be very mindful of with this arena. You can very easily accidentally throw yourself out of the arena. All right, that pit is going to open for realsy in 3, 2, 1. Big chunk ripped off Neo there as that pit opens. Neo's front end now open. That flipper is not really going to be able to do much anymore. It can still open, but it's lost a slip. All right, both robots going to be very careful around that pit now. All right, we have 30 seconds left in this fight. Will it go the distance? All right, Neo getting a good, well, sort of a pin at the end there. Trying to score a few points for the judges. All right, fight's got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the fight. All right, that fight will go to Marshmallow there. Damage pretty obvious on that one. Marshmallow coming out pretty much unscathed. Neo losing its face. But also from control to an extent. Despite Marshmallow ricocheting around the arena a bit, it did have a fair bit of control in that fight. It definitely had a lot of aggression. So we will give that one to Marshmallow. Up next we have, I believe it is Midnight Sun versus Lightweaver.
Oh, I've got the scrap metal merchants coming on Monday to pick up all the... Yeah. Don't worry. You just see on the Discord where I still got stuff in the wall anyway?
Yep.
Yeah, right there. And in the back corner. So, it can still happen. That said, I did grind off the tip of the tooth a little bit after that. So, in theory, it can still happen, but
We'll see.
we'll see. I reckon you have a better chance of beating me.
I got the best thing drive, remember?
Wow. Have you seen this thing drive?
Yeah.
Red, are you ready?
Yep. Color code.
Let's say, oh yes, fine. Blue, are you ready? Hang on 1 second.
Go hit the ball.
Oh, you got the slow mo going.
Ah.
Alright,
All right. So, very explosive match there. Hope that one excited you all. We do take, despite how dangerous all this is, we do take safety very, very seriously. The arena is 4.5 mil polycarbonate. It is designed that it can handle all this level of destruction. Despite robots throwing themselves at it, we are very safe here. In addition to that, one of the safety things we have is if your battery becomes exposed, you lose. If a battery gets hit, it's just going to cause a lot of smoke and fire. It's not going to literally explode, but it will stink a lot. It will smoke up the arena. So as soon as a battery is exposed, we do call a fight there. It was probably pretty obvious how the fight was going to go anyway, but the battery on Midnight Sun was literally sticking out the bottom of the robot, and given that Lightweaver there is an undercutter, literally one more hit probably would have gotten that battery like squarely on. And while it is cool when a battery goes up, it's also a bit of a pain that we do our best to avoid. So big shout outs to Jordan there. Midnight Sun was our reigning champion in the class. So we will have a new winner for this tournament, which is very exciting. Just let me come over there and get ready because I want to film this in slow motion as well.
Blue team, are you ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
Sorry.
3, 2, 1, fight.
Very good first punt there. All right, I'm going to need to see movement from working title. No, we are moving a little bit. We are good. We are still in. At the moment, it is a very one-sided fight, however. Oh! All righty, well done. Big congratulations there. Fantastic work from the Exile there. Getting a very nice punt over the wall. All right. Another fantastic match there. We will now be moving on to our final quarterfinal match for the destructive class, which is Cathedral of Chaos versus TBA. Definitely one of the hallmarks of the destructive class is having to sweep the arena after almost every fight.
I have 2 bolts to come out, and then I'm giving you the chassis.
Oh, cool. That'd be nice, trophy. All right, Cathedral of Chaos versus working. No, TBA. TBA built in the last 2 days.
2, 1, fight.
TBA suffering from the angled spinner problem, which is they like to jump up like that whenever you drive forwards. That said, Cathedral of Chaos also not driving too well. Guys, you're supposed to be fighting each other. I mean, you're supposed to actually like hit each other. Oh, there we go. A little bit of engagement, maybe. Oh, yes, there we go. Nice sparks there coming out of the... it is a pin, but you're not at 10 seconds yet. It's no longer a pin now. Fantastic sparks coming off these robots. He's doing better upside down. He can drive forwards. All right, that pit is opening with the bots there. Weapon off, guys. Weapon off. Cool. Wow, that weapon's got a lot of momentum in it. All right. You've always got to be so mindful of being near that pit. All right. Lots of fantastic sparks there on that match. We're now going to jump straight into the quarterfinals for the non-destructive class before our next break. So we do have 4 more fights, and then we will have a quick break before we jump into the next round of fights. So up first in the quarterfinals for non-destructive, we have Send Hector versus Inverse. You got some nice dark ones? Spark Shot's always the best ones. All right, so we're going into our first quarterfinals for the non-destructive. Everything is on the line now. If you lose, you are out. Inverse versus Senior Hector. Inverse, our reigning champion in the class. Will he be able to make it through? Senior Hector straight off the gate into the wall. Very, very quick zippy drive. Both teams trying to sort of feel each other out, get under the other. Inverse getting some good flips in early. Inverse trying to see if he can get Senior Hector over the wall early, not having much luck. Inverse did win its final in the last match by throwing a robot over the wall. It is possible. One minute into the fight, the first pit is now open. Senior Hector spending a good amount of this fight upside down. Both pits are now open. We have 1 minute left in this fight. Seconds left in this fight. Both robots pretty in control. We might not get a pit. It might go to the judges. Oh. Never mind. We do not have to judge that one. Inverse taking the win. Senior Hector, unfortunately, fighting themselves down the pit. Sorry. Alrighty, up next we have the Three Musketeers versus Anthony Flippin' Easy. Three Musketeers, once again, is our multi-bot entrant for the day. 3 robots in 150 grams. If 2 out of the 3 are disabled, tossed out of the arena, etc., then they do get knocked out. However, if only one of them is knocked out, that is not a problem. Anthony Flippin' Easy took 3rd place in our last tournament, so they are hoping to make it through into the finals this time. Don't ask. That is martial arts. Its weapon is changed. All right. The Three Musketeers are all ready. Anthony Flippin' Easy is ready. Let's get this fight underway. Let's see if the Three Musketeers have finally learned to actually work as a team, or if they're going to continue to bicker amongst themselves. All right, that pit's not quite open yet. All right, that pit's opening in 3, 2, 1. A minute into this fight, that pit is now open. Oh, that was looking good for the Three Musketeers for a moment, but unfortunately it did not quite work out. Anthony just taking turns, flipping each of them in time. Nice little flip from that one. Actually knocked him into the air a bit. Both pits are open. Both teams are staying well away from them though. Ooh. Don't want to accidentally drive down the pit now. All right, that's a good pin there from the Three Musketeers. Can the Three Musketeers somehow maybe push him down the pit before the time runs out? Doesn't look like it. Looks like this one will be going to the judges. Alrighty. Valiant effort from both teams. This one will go to the judges. All right, that one goes to the Musketeers. The Musketeers were getting tossed around a lot, but they were doing a pretty good job of controlling the fight, keeping on top of Anthony there, pinning him a number of times, even getting close-ish to pushing him into the pit. Definitely a bit of a tougher one to judge, but big congratulations to the Three Musketeers there. The recent rebuild they have had seems to be doing quite well. Alrighty, up next we have Rolling Thunder versus Jerry.
I feel like I'm just doing a circuit of going to pick up a robot and coming back
All right. Rolling Fun takes the win there. Jerry, unfortunately, having some signal issues where the circuitry in that robot's having a bit of dropping in and out. And he did, unfortunately, temporarily die in a bit of a rough spot, causing him to get gently knocked into the pit. We have our last quarterfinal match about to happen. Pink Scoop versus Jerry, I believe it was. No, Pink Scoop versus Pierre. Jerry was the one we just fought. Pink Scoop versus Pierre. This is our last quarterfinal match for the day. And then we are going to be taking a short break before diving into our semi-finals. And then not long after our final matches. So we do not have much left. This tournament is very much at the pointy end. And let's not turn the rollers on. Pierre off to a good start, giving Pink Scoop a nice hug, pushing him into those rollers. And then against the wall. Good pin there. Pierre using its weapon quite effectively so far in this fight. Nice hug. Pierre, a really interesting mechanism in that robot. One servo activates both the arms and that little green self-righter on the front. A little bit early for that pit to open there, boys. All right, that pit's going to open in 5 seconds. All right, that pit is now open. We have 2 minutes left. Not a good position to be in for Pierre. Pink Scoop trying to turn it around a little bit. Oh, no. Pierre managing to drive out. Pink Scoop almost driving in. All right. Both teams resetting. Both trying to sort of get that line up to get the other one down the pit. Oh, Pierre with a bit of a hug. Might have been in a good spot there, but unfortunately Pink Scoop got out. Pierre with another grab. Can he turn it around? No, Pink Scoop managing to get out, but Pierre in a bad spot. Both teams once again resetting. About 10 seconds till the other pit opens. Oh, Pierre for a good hug. Pink Scoop then gently dropped off the edge of the arena. Alrighty. We are going to have a quick 5-10 minute break while teams quickly get ready, and then we'll be doing our semi-finals and final matches followed by our rumble for all of our remaining robots. So if teams can just focus, if you're still in the tournament, just get ready, plan ahead. All right, we're going to get on to the semi-finals now, guys. If everyone can get ready for that. We are going to do destructive first. So the destructive semi-finals, if you can stage up and get ready, please. We will be starting with Marshmallow versus Lightweaver.
Good fight, mate. Short and sweet. Good result for you. Stuck in the corner. Might as well stop the time. It wasn't a short of your foot. Here you go. What is it? I didn't win though. No, you didn't. What am I doing? Oh, he's in the grand final.
All right, congratulations there to Marshmallow for taking the win. Lightweaver tossing itself out of the arena. That is the downside of making a robot that's all weapon and throws itself around is it will throw itself out of the arena. Up next, we have the Exila versus Cathedral of Chaos.
Nervous? Hands shaking? Don't worry. Everyone's been on this for years. You can still get it.
You can stand over there and fight from over there, Rose.
I'll move over to red.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I can go in here.
Double checking.
Just a reminder, we should not be driving our robots down around while the pit doors are open.
Yep, we're tight.
All right, we have our second semi-final for the destructive about to happen. Cathedral of Chaos versus the Exila.
Red team, are you ready?
Yep.
Blue team, are you ready?
Yep.
All right, both teams spinning the weapon up, eyeing each other off. Cathedral of Chaos giving everyone a finger. One of us wedges stuck up in the middle. Exler upside down. Trying to flip himself right side up again on his weapon. All right, Exler right side up again. Cathedral of Chaos down to 1 out of its 3 forks remaining. And upside down. Exler revving his weapon up. Trying to get the wheels on the back of Cathedral there. Exler knocking Cathedral back onto its front wheels. Cathedral looking like it might be down to 1 out of 2 weapons and stuck upside down. Is Cathedral able to move? All right, is Exler still able to move? Yep, all right, Cathedral 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the win goes to the Exler. Big congratulations. Once again, brand new builder. These guys picked up their parts 2 weeks ago and have speed ran building robots to get ready for today. And they have now made it to the finals, which is a fantastic effort on their half. We will see Cathedral back. They will be versing Lightweaver for 3rd place. Exile will be moving on and fighting Marshmallow, which is also a new robot from a local Canberra builder. So today's finals for Destructive is 2 local Canberra builders with first-time robots. All right, we are just going to quickly switch the arena over to the non-destructive configuration. And first up in non-destructive, we have Inverse versus the Free Musketeers. All right, a few arena technicality issues there. We just need to hang in there for a few more fights. We are almost finished for the day. So we have the Three Musketeers returning to the arena, going up against Inverse in the semi-finals for the non-destructive class. Inverse closing in on getting a second event win in a row. It has been an uphill battle recently, though. Three Musketeers doing well so far, however. Three Musketeers with a good sort of like moving pin, so to say, there on Inverse. Three Musketeers recently sort of redesigned themselves after they've been around for a few years now, but they recently did a redesign and it seems to be paying off for them quite well, I do have to say. Inverse trying to throw one of them over the wall. Downside of being much lighter robots is you are a lot easier to flip. Point in case. Oh! All right, there we go. Inverse takes the win there. 2 out of 3 of the Three Musketeers are knocked out. Inverse will be going on to the finals. The Three Musketeers, however, will have one more fight where they will be playing off for 3rd place with the loser of the next battle. And for our next fight, we have Rolling Thunder versus Pierre. All right, so we are going to be going on to the third place match for non-destructive as soon as teams are ready. So that is Three Musketeers and Pierre. When you're ready. Feel free to take a few minutes, change your batteries, whatever, but just when you're ready, guys, make your way to the arena.
The remotes don't matter as the robots anymore. Yeah, these two are bound. How often does this happen? Not very.
Nacho. There you go.
All right, so Pierre's very quick turnaround back into the arena, same with the Three Musketeers. So we are now doing the playoff for third place. So the winner of this gets to take home the trophy for third place. The loser just misses out. I want to see Pierre hug all three robots at the same time at some point in this fight. I'll be very disappointed. I want a nice big group hug. Everyone get in there. Everyone get in there. Nice big group hug. Wow, congratulations there, the Three Musketeers. They make third place in today's non-destructive tournament. So big shout outs to them. For the other third place playoff, it was scheduled to be Lightweaver versus Cathedral. Unfortunately, Cathedral is out. They are not able to repair their robot in time to make the match. So third place for the destructive will be going to Lightweaver. We will now, as soon as the teams are ready, be doing our first place playoffs, our final match for the non-destructive class, which is Rolling Thunder versus Inverse. So Rolling Thunder and Inverse fought each other earlier in the day, with Rolling Thunder coming out on top in qualifying. They now get a rematch to see whether Inverse can turn it around and go for 2 event wins in a row, or if they are going to fall down to second place and Rolling Thunder takes the win. So for any of our spectators that are here today, if you guys are interested in starting out in this sport yourself, we do run regular build and info days. They run approximately every 2 weeks, just depending on scheduling. You can keep an eye on our Facebook, website, or Discord channels if you want to see when we are running events. Our next tournament is tentatively scheduled for August, I believe. We will be putting the dates out for that in the future. And if you are interested in starting, as I said, look up, come along to some of our building info days. We do sell kits, and we will do everything we can to help people get started. There's a few teams here today that only started within the last 2 or 3 weeks and have been working to get their competitive entries ready. So they've done a fantastic job there.
Good luck, Jordan. Let's have fun. Let's see if I can get a rematch of earlier or whether you come out on top. 3, 2, 1. Have you only fought the twice, or did we fight in?
We fought about.
We fought Sydney.
fought in Sydney.
We did fight. Okay. With the narrower version.
No, it was a wider version. That was the first one.
Oh, okay. Might have been. Yeah. No, because we'll do the rumble without it. Yep. As fun as it'd be in for the rumble, so
All right, that was our final for the non-destructive. Congratulations to Rolling Thunder for taking the win there, but also big shout out to Inverse there. They didn't do too well in the round robin qualifying, but they were able to end up making it through to the finals. So big effort and round of applause to Inverse there for making it all the way to the end anyway. Jordan still takes home second place to join his first place from last time. So we can definitely not dismiss that achievement. We are now going to switch over to do our final destructive match of the day. So for our final destructive match, we have the Exila versus Marshmallow. Both of these robots are brand new today, and they have done fantastic for brand new entries. Exila, they started building 2 weeks ago. They managed to make it all the way through to the finals. This is a first-time competitor. This is his first ever competition, and they have managed to make it all the way through the finals. Marshmallow, this is his second competition, so he's also fairly new to this sport, not too much experience, and he's managed to make it to the finals as well. So massive, massive effort from both teams. They have done fantastic today. So big round of applause to both our teams that are making it through to the finals. You guys have done fantastic. I've just been informed Marshmallow is desperately putting the last few bolts into the bot. So Way will be there as soon as they're ready. it's always a bit spicy when you get to the end. You got a very short turnaround between fights to get your robots fixed and repaired and ready to run again. You're definitely always hoping that your easiest fights are at the end, when quite often it's the opposite because you're going up against the best of the best. But Marshmallow loading into the arena now. If you want.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Ready. Blue team,
Good
are
luck.
you ready?
You've done fantastic, mate. You should be proud, regardless of what happens. All right, this is going to be a spectacular match.
3, 2, 1, carnage.
All right, both robots spinning their weapon up. Oh, there's our first hit. There's chunks flown off something. Oh, no, it looks like it's part of the weapon support for the Exila there. Is the Exila able to spin, or are they locked up? No, the Exila looks like they are locked up there. Their weapon motor is a bit skew. However, they are still in the fight. They can still try and eke out a win. At this point, they just need to try and sort of outdrive Marshmallow. Maybe try and break Marshmallow's weapon in return. Marshmallow, on the other hand, however, is definitely got the upper hand. He can now afford to take things a bit slow, choose his hits. Exila doing a pretty good job of actually sort of using his admittedly broken weapon as a bit of a wedge against Marshmallow there. Sort of using it to sort of try and sort of ram Marshmallow. Alright, we are approaching the halfway part of this fight. That pit will be opening in about 30 seconds. Marshmallow sounds like he's turned his weapon up a little bit more. Exila still doing a pretty good job of sort of keeping his weapon front on, using that big chunk of metal to sort of prevent any damage to the rest of his robot. Right, that pit is now open. It's now scary for both teams. Marshmallow should accidentally knock itself down the pit. Oh, there we go. The Exila is finally starting to lose more of his weapon on the front, but there is still 40 seconds in this fight. It's not out yet. Exila trying to work out what strategy he can use, such as using his weapon as a flail. All right, there's 10 seconds left in this fight. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's going to go to the judges.
Look, quite obviously it's Marshmallow, but I've got to say, that was pretty awesome. Like,
Yep.
You know,
Yeah,
full credit.
big shout out there to Exila. Despite losing its weapon pretty much immediately, honestly quite good driving of sort of using its broken weapon as a bit of a wedge against Marshmallow. And doing not a bad job of controlling the fight despite the broken weapon. But Marshmallow, fantastic work there, Josh. You built a pretty nasty looking horizontal spinner there. Amazing to see you come back with an even better bot. I look forward to seeing what you cook up in the future. Congratulations on your first place there. All right. Fun's not quite over yet. We have 2 more fights remaining. We have our Rumbles. So First up, we will be doing our non-destructive rumble. So the way this works is any robots that are still working, that are in the non-destructive class, go into the arena all at the same time. We may have 10, we may have 20. We will see who ends up in the arena, and it's just going to be chaos. All right, so any remaining non-destructive robots, load yourselves into the arena and pick a, not necessarily a corner, but a section of the wall to start in. The way we will do this fight is we will keep going until there is only one winner, unless we get to the point where it's stupidly long and no one is winning. The pits will open at 1 and 2 minutes as per normal. All you need to do is switch here. Click it for one slot.
Yep.
Click it for both slots.
Okay.
So after 1 and 2. After 1 minute. Yep. We will go more than 3 minutes. Has somebody already lost the wheel? Well, too bad. Oh, there it is. All right, I think I can count 14 robots in the arena. Are there any more robots coming? Nope, looks like that is all the robots. All right. So once again, we are going to go as long as it takes to get to one winner. The pits are going to open at 1 2 minutes. If you fall down the pit, please stop driving around. I don't want to see anyone driving around under the arena platform. If you've got a weapon, I'm the only one for spinning weapon, just make sure you turn it off. If you've got a grabber weapon or a flipper, also please don't be firing that off when you've fallen out of the arena. And other than that, we'll just keep going until we have a single winner. All right, and then we will have one final match of the day, which will be our destructive rumble. So after everyone has extracted their robots, we will load in all of our remaining destructive class robots. If anyone needs a minute or two to swap some batteries out in your destructive robots, go ahead, do it now. Just pass it on. Extracting Catbot with the safety golf club at the end. All right, all remaining destructive robots, you can pop yourself in the arena now. Just a reminder, no driving while the doors are open. Just load your robot in, push it in a little bit, and we will position everyone after the doors are shut.
Could I do the silver one? This is my brother.
You could do one wheel in a rumble, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Just start in the middle. You got to go. Ah, you got two. Do you want to drive the way? I'll drive the way. Yes. Cool. No, you can show the guy.
Yep, alright, what were the controls on this one again?
It's just one stick. Right stick.
Any more coming?
All right, last our robots are getting loaded into the arena. Have we got anyone else?
Any more from over there? John? No?
No, looks like that is it. So we have
To not be driving until doors are shut.
we have 10 robots in the arena for this destructive rumble.
Okay, so.
All right, so we will do this one the same as the last rumble. We will go until there is only one robot remaining. We will drop both pits, however, one pit at 1 minute, one pit at 2 minutes, and we'll drop the second pit at 3 minutes if we do make it that long.
Okay. Red, blue, orange, indigo, purple, whatever terms you use it. All that one's Yeah, if your robot falls down the ship, weapons off immediately. Do not turn them on. Do not drive around. 3, 2, 1.
All right, that first pit is going to open in about 15 seconds. We are down a few robots. Light Weaver's thrown itself out. Top Chopper, TBA, Stockbot, they've all been disabled. They're all stuck in a corner. We do still have a number of working robots, however. Death Wish bullying Tombstone around the arena. That pit is open now. Tombstone looks like might have stopped. Ooh, Truth Watcher looks like might be stuck on something upside down. Oh, one of the forks is flipped over. Someone will poke you by accident, I'm sure, after the pit opens. All right. Tombstone has no drive, but his weapon is still working. Here's however facing the wrong way for it to do anything. All right. The other pit door is now open. We are now down to both pits open. 4 remaining robots. Oh, looks like Working Title might be stuck as well. No, got knocked back down by Death Wish. Death Wish and Working Title, the only 2 robots with weapons still working. Death Wish and Working Title going weapon on weapon. Neo and Push It just sort of crab walking over there on their own. All right. Truth Watcher being pushed down the pit finally. Ooh. Death Wish getting a good punt there. Their weapon is looking a little bit skewy, however. The weapon is still working, but it's definitely coming loose. Death Wish upside down and then right side up again, but it looks like its weapon may have indeed fired. All right. Oh, Top Chopper back in action. Top Chopper got flipped right side up and his weapon is still working. But he's down the pit. All right. Okay. We're going to give this about 30 more seconds. If we don't see a winner, we will call it a 4-way draw. Otherwise, we may be here for a while. Working Title, the only one for weapons still. All right, Death Wish and Neo stuck. It might just be... Oh, no, never mind. All right. Can we get one more knockout? Okay, we're going to finish this fight up in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're going to call the fight there. I'm going to give that one to Working Title. The only robot still with all of its wheels and a working weapon. Big congratulations. Good fun there. No moving. Stop moving, everyone. And let's safely extract all the robots. All right. Big congratulations to our competitors. All right. If all the competitors can meet me over at the robot display, we will do the trophies.
And I can just turn this thing off?
Yep.
Where's your...
Slide switch in the middle.
Oh, cheers. Sorry?
All right. If everyone can meet over at the hockey ring / robot display, we will do the trophies for all of the winners. If the people who got the top 3 places could also bring their robots over for photos, that would be amazing. All right. Who else needs a trophy? Josh. Josh is making his way over here. Josh, you're making your way over here for your trophy, buddy. You got first place. You got to get your trophy, buddy. I know you're keen to go have a beer, but... All right. So, massive congratulations. First of all, just a big thank you once again to all the competitors for coming down today. This is our second event. It's really, really awesome to see that we were able to sort of replicate our first event. A few new numbers, a few new competitors. Shout outs to those of you who it is your first tournament. You guys have done amazing. So big thank you. Our next tournament tentatively is in August. It will be a little bit of a gap because we've just got some stuff going on in our family that we need to sort of schedule around. But we will have one coming up. So without further ado, we will do the non-destructive first. So in third place, amazingly, you guys are awesome. The Free Musketeers, big congratulations to that. There we go.
Thank you.
Just smile for the camera. All right. Then in second place for non-destructive, we have Inverse. Jordan came back trying to get first place again. Didn't quite make it, but unfortunately, there we go. He still gets second place. Someone needs to come give me my trophy. John? Where did I put my bot? Trying to leave it over there somewhere. Oh, there we go. All right. Massive congratulations to myself. I'm awesome, etc.
Here we go.
All right. So we then have the destructive. So big congratulations to all of our destructive competitors again. It was really awesome to see in particular this event that we went from 8 to 12 destructive robots. It was great to see an increase in those numbers. Hopefully we'll continue to see that. In third place, we have John, come back. You need to give me another trophy. Third place, we have Lightweaver, which I also might have left over there.
All of your robots are over there.
Yeah. All right. Once again, big congratulations to myself. I'm awesome, etc. Okay. Now on to the better competitors. Second place, the Exila. Massive, massive work here. You guys, fantastic work. As I said many times, it started 2 weeks ago. First ever competition, going all the way to second place. What a fantastic result. So really, really awesome work there, guys. I am very keen to see what you guys do to sort of iterate on your design there. Those weapons are nasty. You've managed to come up with a really good weapon design there. Fantastic work. And then first place, Marshmallow. Massive, massive effort from Josh. So awesome work, mate.
Thank you.
There's your trophy. Smile for the camera. So Josh's second competition, a Canberra local. Awesome to see. Take the lessons from last time, iterate on your design, come back stronger, better than ever. And you went undefeated? Or did you lose a qualifying match? Yeah, undefeated. So what a run. Awesome, awesome work. Congratulations to all of our competitors. Win or lose, I hope everyone had fun. Please don't be afraid to give me some feedback on the event. We are always looking to improve. In the future, we will get to the point where we need to look at alternative venues. We will eventually look doing bigger robots and all that sort of stuff. But we're just going to keep improving. Tell your friends, tell your family, try and get more people into this hobby. Invite people along to build days. Sort of just let's keep growing this community. And just once again, thanks so much to everyone for putting on such a good day.
Cheers. Thank you.
Oh, one last thing. Thank you to our tech guys for running the live stream and the audio today. Richard and James over there, they were here with me late last night setting everything up. Thank you so much to John for running the arena. Thank you so much to Sandra for running the barbecue. Thank you so much to my partner, Shelley, for taking photos, assisting with reception and everything else. Without you guys, we wouldn't be able to do this event.